For a quiet moment, I invite you to express gratitude for our health, our families, and our friends, and for the opportunity to come together as a community today. We honor our trustees for the responsibility they bear. We wish them success today in making decisions with wisdom and humility. We are reminded that all we are all stewards acting on behalf of our customers. May we accomplish our goals together with that singular process in mind. Thank you. And can you please join me for the pledge of allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States in which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You did a great job.
Oh, thank you,
Love
sir.
your prayer. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, okay.
And how long you've been with the company.
I've been with the company 17 years, going into 18 in February. And I started working here almost with Miss Paula Gold Williams. She's the controller, and I came aboard. And all I gotta say is good things about Miss Paula Gold Williams. She's always been a people person. And when I say people person, I'm talking about the public, the employees. She hears you. I know she's a very busy lady, but if you go knock at her door, she will listen to you and she will respond to you as soon as she has that time, because I know she's busy. So I have had a wonderful experience with CPS Energy. And I keep telling her when I bump into her, I hope she stays here until I retire. But
When are you
it's,
planning on retiring?
oh, like in 8 years. Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very, very, very nice to work with CPS Energy.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So let's move to the president and CEO update.
Okay, I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to give some insights to the items that are on our agenda today. I'm going to talk a bit about the Flex Power Bundle, which is kind of our next step along our path to try to work on balancing proposals to the community. Talk a bit about the public process and what we're doing. I want to send a reminder about a symposium that we have coming up, and then just discuss some of the opening topics, upcoming topics. So in the agenda, item 7 is about the PFC and the cost savings that we've generated to date with that transaction. That was a specific request that we got at a previous board meeting to kind of do a reminder. You know, the interesting thing about this transaction is we entered into it as a 20-year deal. And the whole point was we are in the business of gas distribution. If we can get ability to save money as we acquire the gas as a commodity, that in turn goes straight as a benefit to our customers. And so we've been on that transaction and the plan to make it execute since 2007. It's a pretty complex transaction. I don't envy Linda, but she's going to come in and try to get the boxology correct. But basically, before the markets dislocated in 2008, where we had kind of the recessionary trend and the interest rates went up, there was a time when the difference between the taxable markets and the tax exempt markets, there was a spread in there that you could optimize in the transaction. And so we were able to do a deal. We were able to secure that transaction, and the transaction has performed since its inception. And you'll see the progress that we've made to date on that. Overall, we expect to save the community over $100 million for the acquisition of gas over this time period. So pretty effective. Since the market's dislocated, and actually what happened is the spreads have gotten smaller, you don't see as beneficial transactions out there. You see a little bit more, but not at the same level. So this is one of the few with as significant savings as we generated off of this one. We have a separate PFC board. The CPS Energy is on that board. Dolores and myself are on that board. And so it requires its own review, its own audit. We also did an internal control review of that entity, which was very helpful for us to make sure that we were, it's all about the transactions and the documentation, and that examination went really well this past summer. Item 10, climate. You're going to get an update on climate, and it is on your agenda today for possible vote. Wanted to give a little bit more context on this. I was there when the mayor put together the signing of the Paris Accord, but we also have been monitoring this for a very long time. We ultimately created the STEP program, and we decarbonized our generation a bit when we moved from the Dealey units in Declaration to the Rio units. So we've been paying attention to this for a very long time. We hit a milestone last year, though, because we hit marginal non-attainment, an EPA standard, last year. And so we commissioned a baseline study to understand what was happening overall. Where were the buckets? Yeah, we're involved. Transportation is a big user. But we wanted to see it based on our geographical area. We did a study very similar to what you find in other communities. What I want to talk about, the one thing that was confusing in the report when people first saw it, is it talks about buildings and it talks about transportation. Now, the way to look at this again, it's a single point, and it's at the point of consumption for energy, not at the point of generation. Now, we are generating the power that is being consumed. So we are behind those numbers completely. And so we have a vested interest in making sure that we understand the baseline study and start to monitor the progress we've made and continue to look at the things that we can do in the future. We did participate with the city. We have two executives. You will hear from one of them today, Angela Rodriguez, who has an environmental background, has been our representative throughout the entire process, and she's been our conduit all the way in terms of understanding what are the major topics. So that's been part of the way that we've done it. We also have Carla de la Chapa, who's also been very intricately involved with the committee. Other parties focused on the baseline study and the formation of, once we went from the baseline study, the discussion was, should we look at an adaptation plan for the community? That was commissioned by our mayor and Councilwoman Sandoval. And so what could you do? What could you look at, and what could you look at across the spectrum of activities? Partnered with us was Navigant and UTSA. We also had Webhead help us with the actual website itself. So we had multiple companies from around San Antonio that worked on it. Today, you're going to get a briefing. I think we've seen a version, an updated version. Yes, I did submit comments on behalf of CPS Energy. I think they received a lot of comments from that perspective. And now you have in your hands the updated version, and you're going to get an update of the process and how we got here. The primary goal of carbon neutrality, net zero emissions by 2050, is still at the core of the aspirational plan of the CAP. And you're going to get more flavor about how we got there. Let's see. Item 12, workspace strategy. There's a recommendation. We decided to look at our workspace across the entire enterprise. And so we have many districts and service centers, but we looked at the fact that a lot of our furniture, just like our buildings are decades and decades old. Our furniture is decades old. Thank you.
Item 11, workplace strategy.
Thank you. We'll make that edit. Okay. So ultimately, we have the workplace perspective. We're trying to update it. It is a broad view. And we want to make sure that we optimize our furniture from that perspective. We're going to take the good furniture and move it around to where we need it, but we also need to make sure that we're influxing new furniture for safety and good workspace and work habit purposes. So we use an economical approach. We focused a lot on what can we get for value for the best price. You'll see this in the presentation that we're going to do. Ultimately, when you look at the procurement, it does also touch on the headquarters. About not quite half of the entire procurement is focused on the headquarters. And so it's going to fit within this budget, I want to highlight again, our focus was to go diverse and local. Our original goal, working with the vendor, which was Sunt, was about 25%. We got about 26% on small and diverse, and local presence was 65%. And you'll get a full presentation on that from Frank. So my numbers might all be off here, but we kind of moved the agenda around. Emerging leaders cohort. The highlight that you're going to hear is we have many programs that we do. We do rotations and developmental assignments, and we do training, internal and external. We do different things that we think we can expand our talent and our skills. Our goal is people come here almost like our assets, and they have careers, and they can spend decades in their careers. Our best thing that we could do is develop the people that we have and have robust programs from that perspective. We have a new program, our Emerging Leaders Program. What was interesting, though, about this one is you didn't already have to be a leader. You had to be somebody who was interested in leadership. And so we had a broad application process. People applied. We had many more people applied than we had positions. We had about 16 positions. I think I've seen several of our members. You'll get them pointed out a little bit later on. But we're really proud of this program. They had the ability to go around the company. They went to Austin during the legislative session. They met with executives in other areas. We talked to them about what the objectives are in each area. But it was a good way to give folks a slice and view of the business, as well as what it takes to ultimately keep advancing in leadership. And we're going to continue this program. Okay, so that's my update of the agenda, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the Flex Power Bundle. You've seen it, but I'm going to go a little bit more in depth and kind of highlight some of the things that we're going to talk to the community about it. We announced it. It is a view of what could we do in looking at what the generation needs are. We decided that packaging them, not focusing on one type of technology or another, would give us some challenges, but it would give us a lot of benefits as a portfolio. I would say in the past, what we would typically do is say to the board first, and then to the council and the community, we want to buy a gas plant, or we want to invest in storage, or we want to do a microgrid, or we want to do solar. And those were individual proposals that we made as management. But actually, what's one of the most important things that we've been able to optimize over the years is our diversified portfolio, our ability to have many different types of generation and sources. When we do that, we're able to leverage the risk that might be underneath any particular type of technology. And so as we thought about this, instead of us going one at a time, why don't we think about a diversified offering? Now, this is for public input. And we're putting out it as a straw man so that we can get feedback from folks. What do you like about it? What's challenging? Or are you concerned? How do you tweak? Many things could happen. We could look at, somebody could say, well, I can add something to that, or I have new technology to put on top of that. Or we could say we might do two of three first and then think about the third later. All types of things can come from that. But I think one of the biggest things, as you'll see as I move through these slides, is it does encourage questions. And it does encourage the ability for us to share things that we know about these different types of technology. I do want to highlight again that the way we look at it is we can't solely focus on reliability or solely focus on resilience. We kind of had a whole prism, another portfolio of things that we do to manage our opportunities and manage away from the risks that come from it. So our filter is security, safety, resilience, reliability, environment, and affordability. Now, we did a survey with customers, and we'll continue to survey them, but we also provided context about what each of these means, and so that customers can really start to see some of the way that we look at the business and then all the prisms that we're looking at. We are going to post those surveys. We posted the surveys that we did in the public input session. We also had we have transcripts and things like that. We're going to continue to share this information, but this is something that we can continually want to talk to the public about. I put this slide. This is one of Chris's slides that's always good for us to look at. Our power generation, our ability to generate power has been leveraged well. We have a diverse portfolio. We generate power It performs for the community. First and foremost, the assets are used to satisfy the needs of this community, and we sell any excess energy that we can. But it is important to look at the portfolio that we have. And one of the biggest things to think about is what we've done here is kind of put it on a timeline and the different types of assets that we have, and to show that ultimately assets get old over time. You will maintain them. You will make sure that you are operating them well. You will manage all of the complexities in the environment, on the landscape, be they regulatory or whatever, but you've got to handle and manage this capacity. So if you look, we have some older units that in the mid-20s, they're about to expire. You can run them a little bit longer, but this classic life is about over. We can run them a little bit longer. With the flexible path, what we're just trying to highlight, though, is if we're looking at carbon neutrality and net zero emissions, if technology picks up and maybe there's some advances with carbon capture or some other technology that basically reduces the emissions to zero, you might be able to get an extended life on certain units. Maybe, I don't know. We're also looking at maybe with advances that come with the portfolio as we create more solutions, you might not need certain plants that you do have today. Today we believe we need them, but as we go and we look at the new technology, you might shorten certain assets and you might lengthen the life of certain assets. But we are constantly thinking about the portfolio that we have. So here we are again. The thing to highlight, not did we just put in solar and say do solar, we said, well, you can probably do some range of 300 megawatts, which would be big, or 900 megawatts of solar, which would be really big. One of the benefits of doing solar that big is you can end up getting really good pricing and a lot of traction, and you can actually couple that with benefits in economic development and jobs. And so we think talking to the community about how big that needs to be is important. Energy storage, the way you're going to firm up the renewables the best is with energy storage, but there are some challenges, the biggest of which is it's really expensive at its core, particularly because we need batteries with long lives and long durations. And yes, you can get a battery. 15 minutes is easy. When you start to want to do hours and hours and hours, it's because it doesn't reach an economies of scale. You've got to add volume to get more capacity. We want to incent and reward people that are interested in developing the technology around battery storage, but at the prices that we think we have seen so far, that's not as big. And we also believe that what we need to do is make sure that we're looking at technology to watch the prices come down, but we're needing to also watch the curve of how much more effective that technology becomes. And there's a crossing point of price and effectiveness is where you really want to be. And probably we think right now we're pretty far above where that nexus point is, and we think there's a ton more development that's going to happen. And there could be other types of energy storage. It doesn't have to be batteries. It could be something else, and that's why we pay attention to what happens across the globe. But right now, if we had to bundle it, we package it around 10 to 50, but we would like more input on that. The last piece is gas. And the gas component, the way we thought about this is we are not looking to put additional steel in the ground. We have looked in the market within ERCOT. There is existing capacity that could be ripe for us to utilize. And we could get terms somewhere in 5 to 10 years. And we would not have to make the investment. It'll be ready to go. And it's probably the one you could get to the quickest. You don't need a construction time. You don't need to worry about the permitting. It's available. So that is why we picked that. And you need something else firm to firm up the renewables. They cannot function when there's bad weather. They don't function at night. You need some type of firming capacity. And so this is kind of why we put this all together. And I'll talk some more about it in the rest of the slides. We're also going to share with the public the kind of things that we see. We think that every single technology has its challenges. There's not one that doesn't. From it being carbon emitting, if you're on the gas end, ultimately that you do have outages, not as much, but you do have that. But even on the far end of solar, again, weather dependent. It is very difficult to meet, almost impossible. You can't consistently today meet all the obligations of the community solely with renewables, either wind or solar. Even if you combine them, you're either going to need energy storage or you're going to need something to firm it up. So there's a challenge with every one, but the way we like to look at it is there's a benefit on every type of technology. Solar, of course, it's non-emitting. It's low maintenance. There's continual investment in that technology. There are operators that'll do it for you. You can get an option on the plants, things like that. Storage, it's a great backup, and it's clean. It's non-emitting. You reduce the need for fossil backup generation and zero emissions. And then in gas, it's abundant supply. One of the main reasons why coal is not doing well today, other than the environment, is that gas performs so well. The abundance of it, the people, it's a known technology. People can optimize it. There are benefits for gas, and it does have the benefit of being able to firm up your renewable capacity. But we'll spend more time where we're at in the field going over that and answering questions to the public between all those technologies. Now, this is something that we did, and we said, but still, again, what we have to do is bump up the different technologies against our prism of considerations. If you look on the far left there, these are the standard 6 that you saw. It's the standard 6 that we go through. Security, for example, we think that one is one of the most difficult because we hadn't talked about that before. Trustee Gonzalez said, hey, you really got to make sure that people understand maintaining the security around the grid is extremely important. So it is one of our major factors. Now, we think that over time this chart could change, but this is kind of how we see how things look right now. So I'll give you an example. On solar, we said that the security issues are something that we really think we're a little bit more concerned on security on solar. And that is for a couple of things. One, particularly when you put it in your distribution system, just like car hit pole, we try to put them in places where people can't get to these systems, but they are in the middle of your distribution systems. The other is the technology around them, particularly the inverters. There's some questions about where you source them from and whether or not you have security around that technology. There's a whole lot of issues with that because that is really driven by the market that is driven by China. And whether or not we can get around all of those security issues, we work hard to make sure that we keep the security on them very intensely. Now, on security, we usually have those plants far away from the public. You're not going to get in a lot of exposure on the physical side. And then the systems are closed loop. Those systems are not networked in a way that's connected to your email or anything like that. So if you look at this, we will again go through the public and go through these different pros and cons from our perspective. But as people ask us questions and as we continue to do our research, which is global research, this chart will be changed and get updated. Yes, sir.
So on natural gas, why would affordability be neutral? Why would it be more favorable?
If we don't buy it ourselves, that means we have to buy it from the market. And if we just buy it like just off the market and not with a contract, you got a lot of volatility that you could be exposed to. And even with a contract, you have to pay for the capacity of it. So it's more expensive than you would if you had per megawatt. Now, the problem on the cost, the per unit will be lower, so the affordability is good, but you don't have the guarantee of the megawatts. But if you just looked at unit price to unit price, probably the best prices on the solar side. Okay. So we're doing public, we started the public process. We're going to do presentations, we're going to do work sessions, focus groups, panels, continue to do surveys, and anything else that we could do to be helpful. The two that I've done so far, I went and did the suburban cities. All of our suburban cities get together. Kathy's group with John Leal and several others of our organization spend all the time focused on the suburban cities. I make sure that I do a formal presentation to them as much as they would like, and I just did one a couple of weeks ago with them, and I focused on what was the flexible path that we created, and what is the power bundle that we're doing. What is it, and answered their questions. So they found that helpful. They liked the flexibility in it, and we're going to continue to talk about and get any information from them. Last week, we had a meeting with the environmental stakeholders, and we actually were in this room and talked to them. They wanted me to stress that they do not agree with our position, particularly on the flexible path and the way that we're launching, and wanted me to make sure that I stressed, which I really do try to stress, this just because we're in a meeting across from each other doesn't mean that they agree with us. But we take their input, we continue to work on it, we stand ready to do that, but I will continue to say that we're open and we're talking to everyone. Not everybody agrees. There have a lot of opinions out there. We do appreciate it, and we are noting where they have concerns and trying to figure out what can we do about those concerns as we move over time. And we'll do more events. I think Frank is doing one tomorrow. There's a future of energy or state of energy. State of energy. There's multiple parties there. I think Steer and some others. Frank will be on panel. We'll give him some chance in that environment to talk about the Flex Power Bundle. But we will look for others, and we will go to educators. We will go to other civic leaders. We will go to chambers. We will go to anywhere that a group wants to hear about what these options are. We will spend time doing that. Okay, so that is that. I just want to put a reminder, we are sponsoring an electrification symposium in early October. Looking forward to that. We're going to be bringing in quite a few speakers. Again, one of our features is Ernie Muniz will be at that meeting. And going forward, I will continue to give updates about what we're doing on the Flex Power Bundle. I'm going to also spend some time talking to you about Flex Step and other things as they come forward. So.
Thank you very much. So I was reading these clips and things, and I saw where the Alliance to Save Energy is presenting us an award. It sounded,
Yes, sir.
It sounded pretty important.
Well, yes. I mean, we explained to them a lot of things that we have done.
It says we're going to get the 2019
Yep.
Chairman's Award for progressive energy efficiency programs.
Yes, our STEP program and all the things that we've done.
Across the whole country.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
We'll brag on us a little bit.
Well, the Alliance to Save Energy has been out. I mean, I don't know how many years, but they have a separate board. They are a national organization. They are for the promotion of energy efficiency and conservation, and they look for and promote examples of what communities can do in application. What have they really done? And so this award is our ability. We just put up our program, and we're able to explain to them the things that we've done. I mean, we basically deferred the building of a coal unit by doing our STEP program, because it would have been a coal unit. And then the program was really successful. It's ahead of plan and didn't cost as much. And then when you look at the details, there are a lot of detailed offerings underneath that program. So yes, we do have some people that are looking at some of the things that we are doing and saying right direction, good leadership, and it's due to the team here. I mean, we've been working on this plan since 2008 as a comprehensive organization. There are a lot of people who spend time with customers, spend time with providers that work with us. We leverage them, and we keep looking for different ways and we've expanded that from light bulbs to this big, robust plan.
They said that we were by the honorary chair, Senator Jane Shahey from New Hampshire.
Yes, sir.
From New Hampshire.
Yes, sir.
And she actually chooses.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations to the team. And the many that are not here, actually. All right.
And then, answer other questions and comments. I've been reading a lot. There's a lot going on with batteries.
Yes, sir.
Battery storage now. And I thought it might be helpful in the future for somebody, I don't know whether it's you or somebody on the staff here, or maybe bring in somebody from the outside to really bring us up to speed on we talk about this developing technology is happening all around us, and I'd kind of like to be brought up to speed on where the world is now on battery storage.
But be glad to do it. And not just the technology, but the sourcing, the supply chain, the security. So we will definitely follow up on that. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Euster,
Yes.
with this hot day, can I put you on the spot and sort of tell us what's happening?
Yeah, you want me to go up to the podium?
Sure.
Okay.
This is a particularly hot day, right?
Yeah, today I think we're going to hit 103. I think the heat index on 112. Yeah, so August has been very interesting from a ERCOT power market perspective. I think we've seen a pivot in the market to really kind of look at scarcity and when margins get to be very, very thin in Texas. That week of August 12th through August 16th, we saw a record power usage for the state of Texas at 74,500 megawatts for ERCOT. We CPS Energy hit a peak record that Monday at 5,113 megawatts. Our last one was 5,080, I think, the year before. And then on Tuesday and Thursday, we saw two energy emergency alerts from ERCOT, EEA1s, when the reserve margin gets below 2750. And ERCOT has a whole capacity load of 74,000. So once you get to 2750, things are getting very, very tight. And the last time we saw an EEA1 alert was back in January 2014. So it's been a while. The other thing we saw that week was we saw extremely high prices. We saw $9,000 price caps for 4+ hours, $9,000 a megawatt hour. So that corresponds to $9 a kilowatt hour. So we pay 10 cents a kilowatt hour for our retail bill. Can you imagine paying $9 a kilowatt hour? Now that was just for a couple of hours, but you can see how high those stakes are. So fortunately, CPS Energy was very good that week. Our plants have performed exceptionally well, not only our traditional plants, but our solar and our wind resources, as well as our demand response programs. All of those have led to us being about 600 to 800 megawatts long during those scarce hours when Texas really needs power. And that has benefited the community in three ways. One is we as CPS Energy customers don't have to go out and buy power when those prices are very high. Our plants, our resources are basically protecting our customers from those very high prices. Two is we are a disproportionate share of the Texas ERCOT reserve margin. So even though we're 7% of the load, we're about 15% of ERCOT's reserve margin. So our plants are actually very important in terms of keeping the lights on across Texas, not just San Antonio. And then third, there's significant financial benefit to our community from our wholesale book because we have the ability to sell that access into the Texas market. And so, with that 600, 800 megawatts, when it's long like that, we have significant dollars that come into our community that are not coming from our customers, but are coming in from outside. We can reinvest those dollars into infrastructure and our business. So, again, the plants have performed very well. All our plants are available, and we've had very minor issues throughout the summer. So a good job for the Power Gen team. Thank you.
Can I ask, Chris, will you
Yes.
talk about though, because I mean, we talked about a little bit last week at the evening meeting that we have about the challenge we had when it got really close and the reserve margin went down, but the whole market had this experience about wind and a little bit of rain that came into the area and how that affected the reserve margin of the state. We performed, but what did it do?
Yes. So on Thursday, we didn't set a record peak in usage, but what we did see was a very low wind around those peak hours. So ERCOT has 23,000 megawatts of wind. And that day, we got below 2,000 of actual wind showing up. In fact, the low point for that day was 856 megawatts. So out of the 23,000, we're 2-3% of that capacity that was actually available to power homes and businesses. And so when that happens, reserve margins get very, very tight, and all the resources are important at that time. And so it just shows that in one sense, it shows you that ERCOT is working, but in the second way, it's showing that all of this stuff is really at the leading edge in terms of bringing renewables with traditional plants together. Texas is by far, you hear a lot about California, but Texas by far has a lot going on there, and we're really testing some of these waters here at this stage. But wind was a big factor. Sometimes when Paula asked, are we going to get close to an alert? I look at wind performance. You see how, there's their forecast. You can see how the wind is going. Solar is a little bit better because solar is more consistent across those afternoon hours. But in this case, I think we had some showers pop up. So it is very interesting, the diversity of the resources and how they are all important at this stage until battery storage really comes on to firm up that power for our system.
I was just gonna say, it's not to say that wind is not good, it's good. And it's not to say that solar is not good. It's just that when you're an operator and you manage your generation, you have the obligation to make it all work. And then so if that power does not show up, you've still got to make sure that you take care of the community. So for us, again, it's everything matters, all of the above, and being able to optimize when we can. Because when we can, it's great to have that wind capacity come through, and the transmission lines are now not a constraint. But it takes a lot. This team, Chris, John Bonnan, Benny Etheridge, work really hard to manage the capacity and deal with things like weather and you don't have enough energy storage for that. So we're on a path to implement. We believe that the future is non-emitting, but we have to manage that through a path that gets us there over time as technology gets better.
I want to ask, I know the meteorologists are looking at all this, but on this particular day when the wind quit blowing, did we know that was coming? Or did we have some of the professionals saying it's ahead of us, and how far ahead do we know?
Yeah, you do see a day-ahead forecast, and that goes to a 24 to an hourly forecast, and then it's a real-time forecast. So we saw that wind was going to dip about 2,000 megawatts at kind of the low point from the ERCOT forecast. Wind has a profile where it dips in the early afternoon, and then it usually picks up around that, the later part of the afternoon. So we saw that, but sometimes it will deviate off that, and it's not like the forecast is completely wrong, but if you're expecting 2,500 megawatts of wind to show up and all of a sudden you have 1,500, that's 1,000 megawatts, and you're already very tight at that. If the ERCOT wind forecast would have been 6,000 megawatts for that day and you were 1,000 megawatts short, you could manage that. But when you're at 2,000 and you have 1,000, a 500 to 1,000 megawatt variance on it, it becomes very critical during that time period. So we do have a good forecast. We, in fact, have had a meteorologist on staff in John Bonnan's group. So forecasting both for solar and wind, especially until battery storage comes online, is becoming more and more critical. Because if we can forecast it more accurately, we can call on our demand response programs. We can ask our customers to conserve during that hour when wind's not performing and take a little bit off the load. So it really is an integrated approach where if we can get the right forecast and we have the right technologies, and the traditional plants there to help firm things up, it all works.
Well, on this day it was bad. We knew
it was going to be low.
About 24 hours in advance. We knew, and then I'm talking about the state, began to take measures.
Yes.
I think it was worse. I mean, that 1,000 megawatts was something that the entire state took an alarm on. I think we managed it, but I think we had the expectation that we could get 2,500 megawatts out of the total capacity. We thought we had already haircut it. So that bit of margin, when you put a gas plant out there, you're pretty much going to get it unless it trips. But the wind, that variability, we didn't know it was going to be that tight until we ended up in that state, and everybody was kind of looking for, a focus. What else could we do? We had pretty much already activated our demand response. It's great if you have a whole bunch of demand response in your repertoire to do, but if you have no more, then you can't necessarily make up for the wind differential.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So let's move to additional updates. And this is the one that our CEO was previewing, the cost savings, PFC savings since inception. Linda Chester.
Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Chester. I'm the Senior Director of Cost Management, and I'm here to present the PFC cost savings since inception. So our objectives and takeaways, we're going to provide a background on the SA Energy Acquisition Public Facility Corporation, and that's a long name for a corporation, so from this point forward, I'll refer to it as just the PFC. We'll review the PFC structure and then also relay the inception to date savings. So in 2007, I was part of a team that worked with the CPS Energy in the city of San Antonio to create the PFC specifically to enter into a prepaid natural gas transaction. And the PFC, it's a non-profit corporation, and it's created, although we created it for the purpose of acquiring natural gas, the structure is set up to where we could also use it to purchase other forms of energy. The transaction is authorized by a couple of different areas. One is the Texas Public Facility Corporation Act, and this part of the Texas Local Government Code authorized the City of San Antonio to create the PFC, a special purpose entity. The Internal Revenue Service also has authorization. They allowed us to issue tax-exempt bonds to prepay for the natural gas. The PFC, as Paula mentioned, is governed by a 7-member board of directors, and that includes you, the board of trustees, our president and CEO, as well as our chief financial officer and treasurer. And so here's the boxology that Paula referred to. So I'm going to start from left to right, and I have them numbered for you 1 through 5. So on the far left-hand side, if I can do it up here, this is the PFC entity, the corporation, and in 2007, it issued bonds to bond investors and then used the proceeds from those sale of bonds to secure a 20-year supply of natural gas from a gas supplier. And then each month, the gas supplier, shown here in the middle, they deliver the physical gas to CPS Energy on a monthly basis. And then CPS Energy pays the PFC for the market price of gas less a fixed discount over the next 20 years. And then through that revenue stream, that money the PFC then uses to pay off the debt that it issued back in 2007. So the PFC, it's a separate legal entity, and it has a non-recourse credit structure, meaning that we only have to pay for the gas that's delivered. And so you may ask, well, what creates the savings on this transaction? And it's a highly complex financial transaction with a lot of different moving pieces. So back in 2007, if you recall, natural gas prices were higher than what they are today. And so part of the savings is just from the volume of, it's a function of the size of the gas purchase. So you look at the volume times the price over 20 years. And then, as Paula mentioned, the spread between the taxable and tax-exempt interest rates. The taxable interest rates help determine the discount rate of the gas that was supplied, discounting that gas over 20 years. And then when the PFC issued the bonds, they issued tax-exempt bonds, which had a lower cost of borrowing. So in 2007, the market was ripe. It came together, market conditions came together to make this transaction very worthwhile for us to pursue, resulting in very meaningful cost savings. So since 2007, this transaction has provided about 30% of our distribution natural gas requirements. We were able to lock in a significant discount off of the market price of gas, and these savings flow through every single month to our natural gas customers. And on the right-hand side in the box, you can see that the savings to date from 2007 through last year, 2018, we've already realized $72.4 million of cost savings. We're on target this year to achieve $5.5 million of savings, and over the course of the transaction, it's over $100 million of savings that we've been able to lock in for our gas customers. And that concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions that y'all may have.
We get 30% of our,
Thank you. Thank you.
we're getting 30% of our production from this. Where's the other 70% coming from?
It's primarily from the gas, just from the market. John Bonin might be able to chime in, but it's just from the market.
Certainly. So the balance of our gas requirements are procured on the daily gas market generally, although some are purchased as a monthly base load gas for our needs. But the daily market is where we procure most of our natural gas, both for the distribution company and for our power plants.
Can you do any hedging or anything on that?
We financially hedge a good bit of both our distribution and wholesale needs. We do financially, but the physical gas is purchased pretty much every day. Yeah.
And then the other question I had, this 30% obviously has been a great
Mhm.
saving for us, but it's gonna run out in another, what, 5 or 6 years?
Mhm.
What do we do then?
Well, we are speaking to some groups, some of the larger financial institutions are talking to us about new transactions of this type. However, none of those are quite as good as this particular one is. For one thing, the spread isn't as wide as it was back then. Gas prices aren't as high, so you don't have the two conditions that really came together back then to make it a really magic deal. We are, however, talking to them about other forms of energy. It could be some of these long-term purchases of solar power or wind power. We might be able to benefit from a structure like that. So the finance group under Corey and Shannon Albert, as well as my department, are talking about some of those potential transactions in the future. Yes, sir.
Because the language, again, as you stated, is broad enough, saying that we could use this tool.
Mhm.
Is that just restricted for gas?
Yes, it could be for
Flexible to
purchase
be
power,
able to
yes.
be-
Mhm.
So, that's important.
Thank you.
I have a question too. This gas can be used not only for customer natural gas, but for the plants too. I think that's what you said.
I believe,
Generation.
but this transaction was specifically for our distribution gas customers.
It sure was, because one of the reasons we came up with it is we have a constant need for gas in the distribution system throughout the year. There's like a base load need of gas that we need day and night. And then there in the power plant area, sometimes there are times when we're not running gas plants, maybe for a month at a time in the fall and the spring, when loads are very low and those plants don't run or they're on outages. So in order to get a baseline level, we wanted to attribute it to the distribution company that has a baseline level of gas usage.
There's a possibility that we could use.
Sure could.
Maybe not this transaction, but other transactions.
Oh,
we could,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I get you.
We
I
could,
get you.
definitely. And for it to be more relatable, what is really the savings? Like, is it $20 per national, resident? I mean, I hate to be that micro about the number I'm asking. Well, because, you look at a million, you're like, great, but how does that resonate to the average person? Did it put you on
We
the
are going to
spot?
have to get back to you on that.
Okay,
That's a
yeah.
great question.
We've calculated it.
But it
We'll
would be
give you an
nice to
update.
know that means that that's
we will
$100 per household, and I mean, again, we're looking at millions, but again, it's not relatable to, if I'm talking to someone, I can say, well, this is what this means to you.
We'll get an estimate for you and get back to you on that.
Even though I know it's an estimate, because it varies due to the market
Sure.
and everything else going on. Thank you.
So, were you around when this was?
Yes, it was.
You was, so who thought of this?
There were similar transactions being conducted in the market at the same time.
That's true.
There's
Yeah,
other
yeah,
utilities
It was
that,
trend industry driven.
It wasn't industry driven. Wasn't it like Tampa Electric or some of the other larger kind of municipal groups throughout the country who had non-taxable, had taken advantage of some of these? I think there was actually an electricity prepay done by the city of Memphis, and there were other gas transactions done at that time, various entities around the country. It sure was, and so a financial advisor came to us. I think is exactly how it happened. They said, we could entertain this from some different groups. Mm-hmm.
When we looked at it 10 years ago, was there an element of risk in it? It seemed like such a good deal. What were the concerns about it?
Well, back then, I think the biggest risk that we were looking for is execution risk. Could we get everything approved and executed while the spread remained, or was that spread going to collapse on us? And as it worked out, on the day that we actually executed it, the spread was at its very highest point. It had been in a long time, and then it closed back up again. Isn't that right? And so it really fell together really well for us.
And once we got it all in place,
Yes.
Then from that point, you're saying this is a good deal?
Absolutely, absolutely. So.
And Linda, during my paper, you got Goldman Sachs, you got one of the biggest houses on Wall Street that stood behind the deal, and then J. Aaron was one of their entities. So we had a lot of confidence in the financial backing of that deal not to fall apart. If you went to just a distributor and they didn't lock in the source of the power and financially hedge themselves, that could have been some exposure, but they were required to hedge themselves and create the right structure for protection, so it worked out really well.
Our financial advisor, PFM, helped us, PFM Global helped set, and I think Don Gonzalez was part of this
Yep,
too.
Don
weren't you?
was
You're
as
part of this,
well.
weren't you? Yep, yep, yep. So,
He's one of our financial advisors.
Thank you.
So let's move to financial update, and this is Dolores Lindsay Jones.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steen, and trustees. I'm here today to give you an update of the July financial update, full year view. Um, I'll t-
Like financials.
it's possessed. Today, I'll give you a highlight of the financials, along with drivers, and also step you through our flow of funds. And then I'll end with sharing with you some of the results of our bond refunding last week, which was quite exhilarating. Let's start with the net income. You'll notice by looking at the very bottom here, we started out the year with $2.1 million of net income, and now we're at $37.3 million, so a $35.2 million targeted end of year net income. And if you compare this month's net income to last month, we went up by $12.7 million, driven primarily by wholesale revenues, net wholesale revenues that were netted against our lower retail non-fuel revenue. And as Chris highlighted, in August, we had some pretty high sales. Our budgeted for wholesale sales for the year is 46.1 million, and our latest estimate, we're targeting 57 million. However, that does not contemplate all the recent activity. When we actually roll up our August financials, we'll be able to give you a more precise number then. But it's really exciting news, and this is the instance where your financials takes a tide for the good. So we're pleased to share that with you. The net operating income, it's pretty much the same as it was last year, as well as O&M, and I'll highlight one of the differences there. And depreciation is net about the same compared to June. So let's move on to the drivers. Oh, there we go. So the items that I would call out for the net income key drivers is the wholesale net operating revenues. It's up from last month by $9.4 million, as I said earlier, due to the wholesale revenue goodness that we've experienced. The property sale delay is about the same. We also have netted in that number some interest, higher than expected interest, because we had higher than expected general fund balances. The next item is operations and maintenance expense. From last month, it went up by $1.9 million, primarily driven by some spend in the power generation area. Some items that were expected there are not going to happen in the month, that didn't happen in the month of July. And the final item I would call out here is in the last area, there's 12.9 for the financing plan. A few months ago, we came to you with the updated financing plan. We had $2.5 million in that plan for Build America bonds, and we had reserved $2.5 million because we didn't know that the subsidy that we were getting for the government, it would change. And now that it's been finalized, we're releasing those funds, and we've likewise updated our latest estimate. Are there any questions here?
on the property delay,
Yes.
do we have an anticipation where we're gonna be able to address that, like in the next 6 months?
This particular property is targeted in the February-March timeframe,
Right.
so it's not a significant delay, just a small,
A minor.
yes. The next financial statement is the flow of funds. The variances in this statement is very similar to the net income. The two items that I would call out is debt service. We have lower than expected finance savings. As I highlighted, we reduced the $2.5 million for the BABS subsidy. And then for capital expenditures, we have had favorable contributions in aid of construction, specifically in the garage for the new building. We're getting contributions there along with a few other ones. So net for the capital expenditures, we're $7 million favorable to budget, and we've had $14.2 million of fund additions. One of the items that was discussed last week when we were in New York refunding bonds is our financial metrics. And the feedback we got from Goldman Sachs is that we have a very strong position, that nothing in the market is causing us not to do transactions because of our credit rating. We have very strong metrics and likewise very strong credit ratings. So when you look at the adjusted debt service coverage as well as the days cash on hand, clearly green. Our debt to equity capitalization, it's yellow. It's 2.1%. Less favorable, but still on the whole, a very strong metric indeed. So that brings us to the final summary. Our financial health is good. It's amazing what 30 days will do in terms of where you stand financially. Are we calling it a victory? No, but it is definitely a much brighter view than we had last month. And so in terms of actions that we've had within the financial services area, we've had two reaffirmations of our credit ratings. And going into this bond refunding last week, we needed to have that reaffirmed as a part of that whole process. And we were able to do so. So it just speaks very highly of our financial standing in the financial community. So I want to share with you the bond refunding last week. We went into the bond refunding with feedback from a number of financial investors as well as advisors saying we're very strong. This is a bond issuers market and no problem. And we were planning to issue 4% coupon bonds, although up until recently, 5% coupons was more of the norm. And the targeted present value savings was $3 million. So we were off to New York with that in mind, and then we get there, and we were told the financial markets are very volatile. The Chinese yuan, the German markets are very unstable. The tariff prospect makes it very volatile. So we don't know how we stand. And we had one major investor that was kind of teetering whether or not they wanted to place an order for our bonds. So we said that this is what we came to expect, and confirmed with Paula. She says, this is refunding. We can walk away from the deal if we need to. So the following morning, it totally turned around, and our underwriters underwrote the deal for $3 million. And then the orders started coming in. We had a 10 to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time window. And within minutes, one investor placed an order for $98 million. So we were probably pretty clear that we would do this deal as expected. we're refunding about $115 million of bonds. And then we had like trickles of investors placing orders for the bonds. And then at the last 15 minutes, another big investor, 98 million, placed an order. So we had two orders for 98 million. And it put us in a very good position in terms of we were able to get the specific maturities and yields that we wanted. And at the end of the day, we left that deal with $3.1 million, so 100,000 more than we were expecting at the 4% coupon rate. So quite an interesting turn of events. So we're very pleased with the outcome.
You're aware after this conference. The market's gonna be.
So the final item I would share with you, last month I talked about the data visualization pilot that was underway with the EIT team. That's in full force. We are close to having some final products in the areas of budget, purchase cards, as well as treasury. So good work there. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
It was an interesting market. I was just having my interest right now. I was like, oh, great.
Right, now we know of course, the mayor had told us in advance he was gonna leave and he'll be back at 2:45. And we may take some items out of order, but so far we're still following the order of the agenda. And I think what threw us off really, we can't predict how long citizens to be heard is gonna be. I think we allowed 25 minutes, but we don't know. So, all right, I said citizens to be heard, I mean public comment. I think that's what we count. So let's go to the consent agenda. This is item A, and on there we've got the minutes of the regular board meeting held on July 29th, 2019. We've got the payment to the city of San Antonio for July 2019, and we have no procurement items, so it's really just the minutes and payment. And so, has everybody had an opportunity to look that over? And if so, I'll entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Move approval.
All right, so we've got Mr. Kelly moving approval,
Second by Mr.
and Dr. Mackey is the second motion. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we've approved the consent items. So this is where maybe we're going to take some things out of order. I think that's what we want to do, right, Mr. Mayor? Yeah. So, because we've got about 30 minutes until the mayor gets back. So let's go. Assuming you all agree, there's no objection. Let's go to agenda item 11, appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee.
So, unfortunately, the gentleman is working around a work schedule, so he was trying to come in a little bit closer to when we originally had him on the agenda item, so he's not on site yet.
All right. Well, then we'll be. Yeah, we'll go to agenda item 12, workspace strategy and recommended vendor selection. That's Mr. Frank Alvarez.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Steen, members of the Board of Trustees. Frank Alvarez, Chief Administrative and Business Development Officer, and I'm going to speak with you about the workplace strategy and our recommended vendor selection as noted on the agenda. So the objectives and takeaways, there's several fold. First is to review the strategy for refreshing the modular furniture in service for over 30 years. The second is to review the process for the bids and the evaluation. And the third is to discuss a proposal for a 5-year contract for workspace modular furniture that will support the McCullough building as well as future facilities. So first, so on the agenda, the first item is a little bit of an update. I will share a, last time we were here talking about the furniture and sort of teeing up this conversation, we had an opportunity to share a video of a few vendors that have worked on the project. This is another, I committed last month to share some more on that. and it will give us an opportunity to see what impact our project is having on the community. The rest of the agenda items support the objectives and takeaways, as I noted before. So we're on time and on budget. From the maximum contract value and CEO contingency number of $215 million, less a few items that were associated with the initial land and building acquisition costs and permitting and insurance and so on, there was $170 million of contracting opportunities at the beginning available to our community. Ultimately, as I said, we're on time and on budget. The next, when I click go, it's going to show a video here that, again, is focused on some of the impact that this project is having on vendors in our community. In this particular one is focused on small and diverse businesses, small women-owned and diverse businesses.
Hi, I'm here with Nikki Orsak. Her company is providing electrical fixtures and electrical parts for the Bravo project. Tell us about your company, Nikki.
We are a small woman-owned minority company. We've been in business for 10 years. We sell any parts pertaining to the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing system.
How big of a deal is this for your company to be part of a project this size?
Huge, huge. As a small business, we don't always get the opportunity to participate in large projects because of bonding and insurance reasons. And so we're very honored and very excited to be a part of such a big project.
Were you able to bring on new employees?
We actually took a part-time employee and were able to bring him on full-time, as well as provide benefits, which is really huge for a company of our size.
The folks at Frank's Paving are also excited to be part of our headquarters project.
We're doing the sidewalks, the curbs, some foundation concrete under the pavers, just about anything that has to do with concrete and flat work. And we're very lucky. I'm excited to be downtown. It's historical. It's the city of San Antonio. I'm born and raised here, so I'm excited. Sun's been great. Well, I'm really huge on the local. It's nice that everybody keeps everything locally. We can all work together and everyone knows who's who to work for. The minority thing I took over from my dad in 2008. We were introduced and did some work with Zachary, and they're the ones that introduced us to the minority woman. Yes, it's nice, minority woman owned, but you still got to do good work.
Now we're speaking with Elsa Brown with Copeland Contractors. Elsa, tell us what you're going to be doing for the project.
So we are your plumber on the project. The plumbing will incorporate anything that has to do with the bathrooms, anything that has to do with piping, domestic water, sewer, all the scope associated with the plumbing for the job.
How important is this contract for your company?
This contract is very important because the credibility of our company is the credibility of the customers that we work for. So in this case, we work for a large contractor and we work for a large owner such as CPS, and the credibility of a small business is only as good as the credit and the credibility of our customer. So with that, we are able to hire. So we have some competent help that join us on this job. We are able to expand in our workforce. So we added about 12 people to our workforce because of this project.
How do you feel CPS Energy's emphasis on minority participation?
So this is very important to our community. We live here, we use the services, we get to participate with CPS in their headquarters, and hopefully this is going to be something that goes beyond the years that I can serve in the capacity with this company. So it's good.
So really glad to see that that participation and also an opportunity to share the stories in a brief way of some of the vendors that are supporting the project. I also want to say Razmin Yazdani, I think, is over there somewhere, maybe behind the pillar from my standpoint. Yeah, Razmin, would you stand up? You wouldn't know it. You would think Razmin is part of the corporate communications team, but she isn't. She's a project manager on the McCullough project. So you actually caught a glimpse of her and probably didn't realize it in a hard hat and boots. That's what she's wearing a lot of days. Really instrumental to the project itself, but also did a fantastic job of getting on camera and interviewing some folks, something that I probably wouldn't do near as good a job. So thank you, Razmin, for that work. So as to the selection process, if you've ever furnished a home, whether that be a house or an apartment or a workspace, an office, you know that the decisions that you make from a furniture and workspace layout standpoint have real implications to not just sort of the comfort and the effectiveness of your workplace, but also the flows of people traffic and where people can congregate to work and do collaborative work, and just the overall effectiveness that people are going to have when they're sitting down and spending 8, 10, or more hours a day at work. That influences behaviors. And that behaviors, when you sum all of them up and you aggregate them all, then that has an impact and a significant impact on culture. And of course, culture drives results. So I want to give that context because we have not thought about this as a simple desks, tables, cube walls, task lighting, procurement. This is really, it's all of those things, but it really is as well an opportunity to have a long-term impact on the culture and the results of this company for our community. Here's kind of what we're working with today. Most of what you see on screen is still here. The things, I'm going to point to the things that are not. So my Katara is not here anymore. This is.
We talk about that to the environment.
So Mike was. This is a picture taken. This is a picture taken in 1988. This is 2 years after the renovation. He was a young gas engineer at the time. This computer, this is not in service either, but everything else on this screen is still in service. So the current inventory is at end of life. It's too large for the modern workspace. These tables here, these desks are big and substantial. They do not fit well in the modular furniture space and the cubes that we have today. Same for these tables and desks. And they don't accommodate modern technical tools or technology tools. We didn't have PCs on everybody's desk at those times. There may be some people in the room that recognize this chair. So this chair, and many like it, used to sit around the table that you're at today. I was a Board of Trustees chair for these meetings. But it lived on past its usefulness for this purpose. When it wasn't good for this table any longer, we moved it out to this spot here, and there's an employee sitting in it today at Southwest District. So our furniture, we get the most out of it. We're going to use it until it has no economical useful life in front of it. Yes. Also, I think it's worth noting, let me orient you. This is the average floor in our new headquarters building. The gray down here are things like bathrooms and stairwells, elevator bays, and storage. But all the white is where people are going to spend their days working and being productive. In the middle, the hard black walls, those are physical walls, but the rest of the floor doesn't have physical walls. It used to be that when you build a building, you would put up physical walls, and then you would furnish that with desks and chairs and tables and so on. But for reasons of flexibility and cost, that's not the standard in today. So if we were to take the building delivered as it is, and then add, or in the design would have added physical walls instead, it would have cost us $9 million beyond the cost that we've budgeted for this building. And then you would have still had to buy the tables and chairs and modular furniture. This is what it looks like when it's all filled in. The brownish color there and the green represent the workspaces that are created. Huddle spaces, the cubicles themselves, and tables, desks, and chairs. Notably, by filling that in, once you color those in for this floor and the rest of the building, that is something just under 4% of the total project budget of the $215 million. Flexibility equals cost efficiency. And we achieve that here through interchangeability in a kit of parts. So we have one set of parts for all facilities. That's the goal. And it will allow for interchangeability and reduce maintenance and inventory cost, as we say here on the slide. These four illustrations are the four standard workstation types, and we're going to try and stay as close to this as possible because we have been very thoughtful and deliberate about what the different needs of different types of workers will be. But the most important thing here is that they are all built of the same kit of parts, and that will reduce the amount of inventory that we have to own and manage it and carry. And when we have to do reconfiguration, it also makes that simpler as well. After having thought about the modular workspace furniture that you have to put onto the floors, and now you have to decide how much you need to buy. So as I illustrated on a previous slide, we want to buy as little as we can. We'd like to reuse as much as we can. On the left, this is the conference room furniture that's here in this boardroom. That will be like other furniture that's in good condition, will be repurposed where it's most practical. And on the right, this is kind of the standard kit in general for our senior executives. This furniture is 5 or 6 years old, and so it will transfer with us to the new headquarters and be put into this person's office as it is essentially. So anything with a useful life will continue to use that to reduce the overall purchase that we need to make. And of course, these purchases, this contract supports the real estate master plan. And there are some facilities that will need to be built over the next few years. Some will require a refresh. Those buildings, new and ones that need to be refreshed, will require an entire kit for that building. And then others will be replaced as they wear out. So this supports a 5-year master plan in all of our facilities. So as we then consider those preceding points, the goal around a modular furniture proposal and scope was to work with a local dealer that had, so let me back up. Each dealer has a product exclusivity arrangement with the manufacturer. So they agree to only sell the equipment manufactured by one manufacturer. And in turn, the manufacturer agrees not to let anybody else sell that equipment, that branded manufacturer's equipment in the region that they have. So it's a one-to-one relationship in either way. So the dealer, when we select the dealer, this is selecting both the dealer and the manufacturer, and it's really critical that you evaluate on those terms. The dealer, though, is the one with whom we'll have the day-to-day relationship and provide the support and services to us, CPS Energy, the end customer. And ultimately, volume purchases result in reduced pricing. So by using a single manufacturer, we have estimated the cost savings to be between $3 and $5 million over 5 years. We ensure a consistent warranty for all the parts and additional ancillary items. We ensure the kit of parts, so all of the equipment from the same manufacturer, easy installation, reconfiguration in all of our locations, and the reduction of inventory that I've already mentioned. It was a multi-stage process. We started by issuing an RFI, and 8 respondents responded to that. From there were 5 respondents that were qualified and submitted a RFP based on the specifications that we requested. From there and through the process, you can see at the top there's this note that says all 5 are small and local. I will just define that word small as we're using it here. It is the United States Small Business Administration's definition. There is a code and a table that will tell you more about this, and that's the definition that we used. In practice, for our purposes here, what you ought to know is that there was not, of the 5, there was nobody that had more than 90 employees. So that most of the process existed in that 5, in that the evaluation to move from 5 to 2. Very exhaustive, robust process that we'll tell you just a little bit more about in a second. And we brought us here where we are today to a recommended dealer. This is a picture of the members of the RFP evaluation team. And I don't know if she was able to make it, but Olivia, there is Olivia. Olivia, would you stand and be recognized? This is the one person based on seating constraints. We had Olivia here today to represent the team. Olivia, thank you for the hard work, and I hope you will pass that message along to the rest of the team. We know this was a giant investment in your time, and I know that when in speaking with you all, I think it was, I found it really impressive with, I was very impressed in how much the thought was for the long-term productivity and benefit of our customers and our employees that you guys had top of mind. So thank you, Olivia, for the work that you guys did. But I will just point out that it was Olivia in People and Culture, but also members of the facilities teams, EIT, safety, and finance. And that was just the members of the evaluation team. There were also some additional members of the advisory team. So we sent a bunch of folks out to 5 of the respondent sites where they mocked up the workstations as we had specified them as part of the RFP. And they conducted a thorough assessment. We asked them to pull on it, tug on it, raise it and lower it, sit on it, and operate it so that we could understand whether this was going to be ergonomic, whether it was going to be durable, how easy it was going to be to install and maintain, and whether it met the needs of our workforce and the different tasks they have to undertake every day. In general, the categories of the evaluation in the first round were whether or not the respondents could meet project requirements, self-explanatory, whether they had the experience, and we judged their ability to work on a project of this size and scale, including the associated logistics of moving as many pieces of equipment as they'll have to move. Also their ability to do quality assurance of the investment. Safety, so that's our top value here is to be safe, and we needed to make sure that whoever we're going to do business with is well aligned with that. Cost, self-explanatory, and then finally the direct benefit that this procurement, this contract would have with a dealer in our community. So that was all to get to the narrowing of the 5 to the 2, dealer A and dealer B during the second round, to get to the second round process. So then we narrowed it to places where the dealers distinguished themselves. And in this case, we are recommending dealer A. Its price is 20% better than the next closest bid. That's a multi-million-dollar difference in price. That the warranty for dealer A was valued, we estimated it at $1.9 million more valuable than the warranty offered by dealer B. And then similarly, the inventory management services were valued, our internal team estimated that they would be valued at $500,000 more than the services offered by dealer B. And so then we have used that to narrow it down to our recommended vendor or dealer A. So if approved, here we are in August, if approved, the contract will be processed and the initial order will be placed in October. And thereafter, it will be the supplier for these services and these goods for the next 5 years. So when it comes time, what I will hope you'll consider is this request for approval. And the request is that the Board of Trustees approve approval to execute a contract for modular furniture up to $8 million. So this is up to $18 million. Up to 18, I think I misspoke a second ago, $18 million. And yeah, me too. And for a term of 5 years with dealer A. And that is the end of my prepared materials, and I'm obviously glad to answer any questions.
I have a couple.
Yes, sir.
Number one, you saying the total this price is up to $18 million?
Yes, sir.
The second would be, out of the 8 vendors, was this the lowest price out of the 8 vendors that you started out with?
We went through, yes, sir, it was, because this is the result, the number that we'd be talking about now would be the result of a best and final process that would be the lowest.
Of all eight that,
We did not get pricing from the first 3, so we got pricing from the 5. The 5, it would be the lowest price.
The lowest price?
It's the lowest price, yes, sir.
So you know, Dr. Mackey, I did meet with Frank, and so he was very thorough. I think there's some things that we can build upon to improve, but it was the lowest price.
But we don't know from the top 8, we just know from the top 5.
Well, I'll give you an example, sir. So it wasn't comparable until it got to the 5 because, for instance, one of the bidders offered up chairs, but chairs and only chairs. And so with that, we didn't have enough information to determine whether that was a good price or not.
I'd like to also say that I think your team has done a great job.
Thank you, sir.
On this. And if you could go over to slide 9, point out something that's really important.
Yes, sir.
Notice that in so many classical office buildings, the executives take all of the window space with fixed offices. You can see all of the window space is available for all of the office people that are officing there. And that's a relatively, I won't say new, but it's something that progressive companies are doing instead of making hard offices, giving all those window areas to the managers and the executives, are opening it up to everybody. So I think that's a great idea. The other one, if you'll go to slide 13, that I think is really important, the fact that these dealers, I've dealt with furniture dealers a lot in the past, and they do have exclusivity within their areas. But the fact that you are keeping a consistent product across your various enterprise locations, very important. That's what I call the Southwest Airlines model of interchangeability. And so if you have a workstation that goes out on floor 6, and you've got some excess capacity on floor 3, you can move it up there, and you couldn't do that under a fixed law contract. So it's that's I think very good feature that you built into here. And so I think again that you built a lot of really interesting and current ideas into your plan, and I think that it was it's the right decision, the right way to do it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So go back to that last slide. So you're wanting us to vote on this today.
That's right, sir.
All right, and explain to everybody why it would be either A, why we designate who it is.
Oh, we have not signed a contract. Obviously, we haven't been authorized to do that. And as a result, it remains a competitive process. It was always possible that the board would direct me to do something different than what we were proposing. And in the event that that happened, then we would not have flexibility to continue this competitive process in quite the way that we have.
And then again, in full transparency, I did have a lot of questions, and so I met with, again, Frank, and we really went through it. And I think, again, what I'm looking forward to, since this was designed prior to me being on the board, we're looking forward to improving our procurement strategies. And so I thank you for being open to that.
And we are committed to that. Yes, ma'am.
Wait, clarify this for me. So we're being asked to approve the execution of a contract, but we're not going to disclose who we're doing.
Yes, sir, that would be my preference. It's mostly to maintain that competitive process. However, I don't know that there's any policy or legal reason to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with that because instead of dealer A, we see XYZ Corporation, they know they've got the deal. And so it's going to be difficult if you want to go back to them for a little tweaking here and there. They know the board approved it, it's done. So I personally would have done it the same way, dealer A, dealer B, rather than identifying them and giving them the leverage that your board approved to us to do this thing. So.
This is the first time I've ever done that like this, but I've always given the option of putting the business name down there, and that we voted on it and continues that they negotiated the best price, and they can always go back and negotiate. If they can always come out of that deal if they think that the other ones want to raise something or change something, then they can go back to the next level. You can do that in the bidding process. You can definitely do that, but this is fine with me. Either way is fine with me. It's just different for me seeing this, but if y'all fine with it, I'm fine.
I can say also I've never seen that, but you have a good explanation.
Yeah, it's good. I'm fine with it. Y'all fine with it.
We have had that situation where the vendor kind of changes your posture a bit. And we have actually walked away from a deal at the final. In that case, we would come back to the board and talk to you about why that did not work.
And then again, I mean, I'm not the say-all on the board, but I did scrutinize the the procurement process and how they came about it, just because of the large dollar amount and the year, the terms of it, so you know. So I did ask a lot of questions.
Well, I like to see a contingency within that, within that process, that if they don't hold or stay within the
projected price.
Not just the price, but the material and the things that we have asked for in that bidding, that we can have a 30-day notice to come out of it. I like to see something in there that we can come out of if they don't uphold their portion of it.
Yes, sir. And is that?
Yeah, I think any contract should have language about termination. Yeah,
I don't know, and that's why I'm just saying, I just want to make sure that we have that in there, because we ran into that deal with that, on that power plant. They're still doing that, you remember that? So I would like to see that in there in case something happens. Know that the warranty and all that we can stick, you know, that if it's not up to what our expectations, that we can.
Yes, sir.
but I would think that the warranty, though, I mean, just like any SLA, service level agreement, you have to follow the fall down clauses of whatever warranty there is. I think you're asking beyond that we also have language that we can terminate the agreement if certain requirements are not being met throughout the life cycle of the project, correct? That's two separate things.
Because we got 5 years of this thing, and we don't want, we want the language in there because this is a 5-year contract, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. And so it would be customary to have termination for non-performance or penalties of other kinds, and we will be certain that they are strong in this contract.
Because that comes
That's
from
true.
the manufacturer.
Both, I think.
There's professional, there's me guaranteeing as a supplier, and there's a manufacturing that we have to consider, and then on top of that are terms and conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
We will focus on the wording to address the concerns.
Okay, if there are no other comments or questions, then I'm looking for a motion for the board to approve the execution of a contract providing for furniture up to $18 million for a term of 5 years with Dealer A. Moved by Mr. Kelly. Is there a second?
And I'll second it with the language that's being requested by Dr. Mackey, and that we continue to improve our procurement process.
Is that acceptable to you since you made the motion? Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, sir.
You did an excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so now it's exactly 2:45, so the mayor's supposed to be back, but he's not. So do we have our appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee? Are we ready on that?
John has stepped out, sir. He'll be right back.
Councilman Courage, I didn't see. I always welcome you.
Thank you very
I
much.
always give you an opportunity to say something if you'd like.
I'll introduce one of my staff members. He's going to be joining me at the meetings, Brian Naylor. So, but thank you very much. I need to leave today, but I'll try and hurry the mayor along.
Okay. So do we have our advisory?
John just stepped out, and Mr. Condo is not here. He's going to be here closer to the 4 o'clock time period. But if you'd like to proceed, we still.
Well, I think then, what about the emerging leaders cohort update? That's about 20 minutes, and then hopefully the mayor will be here by then. With no objection, anybody?
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to visit with you today. I don't know if what I have to say is quite as riveting as a bond transaction, but I'm going to do my best. Paula mentioned to you earlier that she wanted me to share a little bit about our Emerging Leaders cohort, and I'm excited to do that. I'm going to introduce you to a handful of those folks here today in just a moment. Broadly, I'd like to review a little bit about our leadership development over time, and then I'm going to highlight this particular program for emerging leaders. Paula mentioned that we have a variety of leadership opportunities for folks and developmental opportunities for people, including rotational assignments, interim assignments, professional certifications, apprenticeship program, internal, external training. And when I first took on the responsibility of human resources under Paula, and when she first took her leadership role for the organization, one of the first things she did was challenge us and my team to focus on the leadership development overall. We started by reinventing and reformulating the Foreman Leadership Program, which is designed to interest aspiring foremen out of the operational environment in leading, and to give them some insight into what that requires and the challenges, focusing on core values, leadership expectations, and some good management basics. Then we next redefined our managerial program and transitioned it really from being a first-time manager program to being a broad management program, and building on those same four core functions that we were focused on for leadership for foremen. And then the next opportunity, or our next frontier, and one that I know was particularly near and dear to Paula's heart, was what do we do to inspire leadership among the rank and file employees, the individual contributors who make it all happen every day. And we had no corporate pre-managerial leadership development. And so it gave us an opportunity to really work on and focus on that. And our solution was driven by the fact that we are on the cusp as an organization of a very significant transition. About 30% of our workforce will be retirement eligible in the next 3 to 4 years. They're not all going at the same time, but they are retirement eligible. We need to retain our talented people. As you well know, San Antonio is booming, and the unemployment rate remains at about 3%, and whew, it is competitive. And we have to prepare our future leaders now for what's coming. So our gap gave us really an opportunity. We looked at the options for delivering the right kind of program, and what we realized is what we really need is to give our people more exposure to the breadth of this organization. And the things that we really wanted to focus on, only we can deliver. In-depth site visits, mentoring from our existing leaders and executives, presentations and discussions about how our business works, and an opportunity to work on real-life problems through cohort learning. And so this group is taking on projects along those lines, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. So what came about is the Emerging Leaders Cohort. It kicked off this year, the first group. It is a 9-month program designed to provide those participants with the insight and exposure to our business that will give them the skills and leadership that will prepare them. We had 118 applicants across the company, and KJ is sharing with you a little infographic that I like. We conducted 25 in-person interviews after some really extreme effort around screening, and I will tell you it was painful for the 20 of us or so who were involved in doing the screenings, because we wanted to take everyone. And we selected 16 folks, and they are featured on the opposite side of your sheet. And I would like to pause here for just a second. I have a handful of them here today. In fact, the first 4 from the left column are here: Andrew, Sharmila, Larry, and Jose. And I'm going to embarrass them and make them stand. So come on, folks. They are here today to be, they're all like melting inside. They're here to be roundly embarrassed. Thank you. You can sit back down.
Who did this, please?
My team, Elizabeth Ackley, who's sitting there, wave. Elizabeth and her team run leadership development for us, and they put these materials together.
That's really nice.
Thank you. You will see the leaders from the leadership cohort over the next several months. One of the things that we are including in their program is the opportunity to come to a board meeting and watch this process in action. So I'm happy to introduce them to you, as I just did the first 4, and there are 16 in total. And what we learned was there is so much talent in this organization. It is extremely exciting. These folks have a range of backgrounds, years of service, experience, insight into the business, and they are learning just as much from each other as they have learned from the organization that's supporting them. Oops. Accidentally clicked one. So the program kicked off in March with a special event that was attended by them, their managers, program sponsors, stakeholders, and our own senior leadership team. As I mentioned before, they're going to get 105 hours of developmental training out of this program in the 9 months that they're going through it. And so this was really the opportunity to get familiar with how it was going to work. Every month, the group visits a work location where they get an in-depth view of what's going on. Their very first visit was to the Texas legislature, where they got an opportunity to observe live and in action things that happened, and got some real interesting insights from our own Kathy Garcia about the processes around that, around legislative interaction and what it means to us as an organization. They have also been to Calaveras Power Station. They went to the PPE lab, the personal protective equipment lab, the meter shop, customer service operations as well. Each month, in addition to that site visit, they have a mentoring session with one of two leaders, Mike Clemens and Ben Jordan. And Ben Jordan is hiding in the back, I think. Oh, he's hiding behind the pole back there. He's one of our mentors. And those folks reinforce the classroom learning, answer questions, and spend time facilitating the real developmental discussions that make this program rich and engaging. On that journey, each of those leaders who takes the time to give them the insights into the business also shares personal details about their own leadership experiences, how they serve our customers, how they align our core values as an organization to serving our customers and what it means, and give those folks insight. And I'm happy to say one of the best things about this program is just getting to hear the feedback from the participants themselves, both about how much more they've learned about how we function as an organization. In some cases, there are folks who've been here for 20 years or 30 years, and they're getting insight into the businesses they never had before. And that is a really rewarding thing when you get a chance to sit down and have a conversation with somebody about that. Up and coming, we have a few more things left. So the CEO chat session, when we turned this presentation in, had not yet happened, but it has now. They got their chance to visit with Paula, and they all enjoyed that very much. They will do a capstone project that they will then present to senior leadership in November when they graduate. And come December, we'll be right back on it with our preparation to solicit and recruit our next cohort for Emerging Leaders 2020. And with that, I will take any questions you may have. Sorry,
And looking at the tenured, I think it's interesting because the younger generation, the current retention rate is about three years, 5 if you're lucky. So it's kind of neat to kind of see you're getting them right before they start looking again.
So about 20% of our population who is at 3 years or less, about 20% of that rolls out at about the 3-year mark.
That's how it's, because in our industry, there's a 1% unemployment rate. So
yes,
it's typically you're 5, you're lucky if you get 5.
Right.
So 3. So it's good to see the tenured years, but it's something that again maybe this opportunity will be used for retention, and then I think with the older or seasoned, I should say, tenured seasoned or wiser employees, it provides them an opportunity to just maybe either choose a different department or a different perspective, or just so it's a good program. Thank you. It's great.
Thank you very much. They actually, all of them have gotten something from it, and frankly, they learn from each other too. They learn about what's going on across the business. It's been exciting.
So could we ask the 3 to come up here?
Sure, all 4 of them. Come on up.
All 4, okay.
Oh, they're going to love this. You know what? Actually, this is fabulous. This is exactly the kind of opportunity for which they have been preparing.
Yeah, you got.
I'll let you self-nominate who wants to go first.
Just tell us a little bit about yourself and your history with the company, and then what you've gotten out of the program. So,
Andrew, you just walked up to the mic.
Oh man, okay. All right, sure. I'm Andrew Astudillo. I work in power generation at Rio Nogales plant as a plant engineer. I've been with the company for just turned 6 years now. I would say what I've gotten most out of the program so far is I think it's really reinforced the fact that I didn't know a lot about how the rest of the company works. So it's really given me a lot of exposure to other areas so I can learn and kind of figure out a way to where I fit in the long run to better serve the company.
My name is Shamila Gurala. I am a senior engineer at Transmission Operations Engineering. I work at EMC. What I'm getting out of this program is I'm getting to learn different parts of the company and also my inner strengths too. I'm trying to see how the company works and where I fit inside the company. Thank you.
Jose Reyes. I've been here 8 years. I'm a lead crew foreman out of Mission Road. Basically, we provide the wonderful people of San Antonio with a product and we keep it in the pipes, right? So we go and repair the gas leaks safely and efficiently. And I am honored to be part of the cohort. I get to meet all kinds of celebrities and wonderful people. And just every week, I'm always meeting somebody new. So I really enjoy it. Yeah, this is great. So it's always great to see and learn how this company functions and works. And it's not just about one department, but everybody as a whole. And just also, there's opportunities that men like me, people like me, have only dreamed of or thought about. So thank you so much for the opportunity for this cohort and for the development.
Well, I guess I was the old guy in the crew, huh? I know she said 10 years, but I'm 32 years at CPS Energy.
I'm old too in my industry, don't worry about it. I'm a dinosaur.
Me too. 32 years. I probably ain't got but like 36 months or whatever left, but in order to get in this group and teach these others and allow them to listen, get the knowledge from me, because I've seen it all. I was a troubleshooter for right at 20 years, and I kept all the power and the lights on through the city of San Antonio all them years. So thank y'all to all y'all who started this group, especially to Lisa. Hey, thank you. Enjoy it.
Yeah, Larry is also our Loan United Way executive, so he's also helped us in that capacity.
And then I noticed that these are the applicants by department, is that what this is?
Yes.
That the COO had the most.
I think that's just a number.
And he has
that's
the
just
most
a numbers
employees.
thing.
Oh, man, thank you, probably
We did bring them, we did try to use a ratio so that we had a good representation of the organization.
That speaks volumes.
Thank you all.
If it would be if you have a moment, it would be fabulous to get a photo of the emerging leaders with all of you, if you wouldn't mind.
Do y'all have a section about what trustees do? Because I know I get asked that question all the time. I get asked if I work for CPS as an employee versus what our actual.
Did you tell them no, you're a volunteer?
Yes.
I'm actually gonna put the slide front back up. There we go. Unless you don't wanna do it against the screen.
Too bright, too harsh.
I'm gonna have to squeeze in.
My hair. Yeah, you're good, you're good. All right, we're good.
Are we good?
Yeah, you're all right, right here. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis, that was it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Great job, thank you.
So now, Mayor, welcome back. I got back right when you said you would. All right, let's see. We'll go to agenda item 9, which is the executive session. So, council?
Yes, sir. At this time, the board will recess into executive session to discuss matters that have been posted, including under Texas Government Code 551071 attorney-client matters, 551072 real property, 551073 gifts or donations, 551074 personnel, 551076 and 089 security, economic development under 551.087, competitive matters under 551.086, and confidential matters under section 418.183 of the Texas Homeland Security Act. It is 3:02. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the board has now concluded its executive session. It's 5 o'clock. During executive session, only the matters that were posted and noticed were discussed. There were no other matters discussed and no votes were taken.
So I think we want to move to, well, I wondered, do we have our appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee? We do.
Would you like to take that item up, sir?
Yeah, yes, let's do.
Excellent. So thank you. It's an honor to be here today. We've got a slide coming up for our CAC appointment. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Juan Cano. He's here. Certainly, he's available to answer questions from the committee. Mr. Cano is owner of Cano Development. It is an affordable housing infill development company. He's a veteran of the Marine Corps and holds two degrees from University of Texas, San Antonio. I won't take up any more of your time, sir. I introduce you to Juan Cano. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Juan Cano. I'm actually formerly with Hemisphere Park Area Redevelopment Corporation. I stepped off from that group about 2.5 years ago to start my own commercial real estate development company. We work on nonprofit public-private partnerships and also really concentrating on housing, particularly around mixed income and affordable housing. Really excited to be on the Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm District 1 Council Member's appointee. Any questions?
I have one. Noticing here in the development business, there is a very successful commercial real estate broker here in town, Al Cano.
No relation. I wish. No relation.
He and his brother Narciso.
Yes.
Really been very successful here in the town. Good friends, huh?
Yes, sir.
But you're not related.
Not related. No.
Tell me about your Marine Corps experience.
So I joined the Marine Corps. I enlisted 2 weeks after 9/11. 17 years old. I took off to Marine Corps boot camp about 14 days after high school graduation. MCAS Miramar. I was an air crewman on C-130s, and then I moved over to VMFA 101, which is a fighter training squadron. And I also worked as a ground support equipment technician towards the end of my tour. I did 4 years with them. We did a lot of great stuff during OIF and OEF, and post that, I moved to San Antonio in 2010. Yeah.
Your interest in CPS Energy, and how do you think we're doing?
I think you're doing a fantastic job. You know, I've worked with CPS from the standpoint of the commercial real estate development side, from working with some of your departments through the Real Estate Council and working on how to better put together systems on how to submit for permitting, going through that pre-development process in a more streamlined way. I think it's improved incredibly from when I first started here 10 years ago to where it is today. And I think there's obviously, like anywhere else, opportunities to grow. I'm a millennial. I'm a user of technology. I see that CPS is absolutely going towards becoming more of a technology company than just a utility company. And as we go towards that and start talking about how we make data available to citizens and to municipalities, I hope to be of use in that conversation.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. I think we need a yes, sir. A formal vote. Yes, sir. Please. So I need a motion.
I'll move to approve the appointment of Juan Cano to the Citizens Advisory Committee.
Motion by the mayor. Is there a second?
I think he'll make a great addition to the committee, so I definitely second.
So seconded by Mr. Kelly. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. I guess we ought to give him a round.
Thank you.
Great selection.
All right, I think now we move to the last item on our agenda. We had to take some things out of order, but it's the CAP update, and I think that we're going to have start out with Ms. Angela Rodriguez to give us an update.
Hello, I am Angela Rodriguez, the Interim Director of Climate and Sustainability here at CPS Energy. And we first presented the draft Climate Action and Adaptation Plan to you at the January board meeting, and that was when the document was first released for public review. Additionally, we provided another update at the February board meeting, and that was a refresher in preparation for the public input session that we had that night. And now, after 6 months of additional community dialogue and feedback, the revised draft was released just last Thursday, August 22nd. I'm going to take you through an update and give you an overview of the CAP, a reminder about the team that put it all together. We'll also go over some updates on the city's baseline, the path forward, public engagement, list a few of the mitigation strategies that impact CPS Energy, and talk a little bit about the implementation process and some upcoming dates. There are several sections that make up the actual CAP document, and the first is the 2016 greenhouse gas inventory, and that set the baseline that we're going to measure all of our future metrics against. The climate projections that UTSA did are also included in the report, and the next two pieces are really the meat of the report. The mitigation section includes a menu of various potential strategies that can be implemented to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it's followed by the equally important section of potential strategies to adapt to a changing climate and make our city more resilient. And a climate, it's projected to have 24 more days over 100 degrees and less rainfall on average, but when the rain does fall, it will be more intense, and that's all by year 2040. One of the sections that has changed considerably after the community discussion, in order to add some clarity about the path forward, is the implementation section. The CAP outlines the steps and process for implementing the plan that will get our city to carbon neutrality by 2050. And there's one more new addition since the January draft, and that's a new section in the appendix that summarizes all the results of the public engagement. Over 2 years ago, on June 22nd, 2017, San Antonio City Council passed a resolution in support of a commitment to reduce greenhouse gases according to an international climate goal, and asked that a climate action and adaptation plan be created for our community. The process to develop the CAP is called SA Climate Ready, and that was a partnership between the City of San Antonio, CPS Energy, UTSA, and the consulting firm Navigant. And the city's Office of Sustainability has been leading that effort. The very first part that I already mentioned is the greenhouse gas inventory. And we did that on the baseline year of 2016, and the results were really similar to other communities and as we expected. We'd like to note that when you compare our city's emissions on a per capita basis to other Texas cities, you can see that we've already done quite a bit of work to have a better emission rate than Austin, Dallas, and Houston. Many of the cities in other states that have even better emission rates maybe don't have the same air conditioning needs that we have in our community, or they don't have as much traffic congestion. Some have milder weather, and others have more densely populated areas with more total emissions but less per person. Each community will have a different inventory baseline and a different set of solutions based on their specific factors. The city's greenhouse gas inventories shows that 48% of the greenhouse gas emissions are in the buildings and energy use section, and that included commercial buildings, industrial, and business and residential. The emissions from transportation were the second most significant at 38%, and that was mostly private transportation like trucks and passenger cars. So the CAP is going to focus on mitigation strategies in these two areas, and as a co-benefit of making reductions in those two areas, we'll also see a reduction in nitrogen oxides, which contribute to ozone non-attainment in our area. We have already been moving in the right direction. The greenhouse gas inventory showed a 10% reduction from 2014 to 2016, even with an increase in population and economic growth. And that decrease was due to our CPS Energy carbon intensity improving from 2014 to 2016. The emissions in all the other sectors actually increased during that same time frame. Under the CAP, the greenhouse gas inventory is planned to be updated every 2 years to track our progress. The City of San Antonio is aiming to meet the international compliance target, which calls for keeping the overall global temperature from increasing by 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit. For our community, this 1.5 degree pathway means an overall reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of 100% by 2050 compared to our 2016 baseline. The city's Climate Action and Adaptation Plan sets forth a pathway to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And so what does carbon neutrality mean? It's defined as having achieved a state in which the net amount of greenhouse gases emitted into the atmosphere is reduced to zero because it's balanced by actions that reduce or offset those emissions. In other words, we need to find innovative solutions so that we can offset some of the emissions we release and add new technologies that also make us not release as much carbon into the atmosphere. The graph shows a straight line trend, but there's no one path, and similar to our flexible path here at CPS Energy, the path to carbon neutrality is not a straight line, and it will develop over time as best practices and solutions are tested and developed. Public input was really key to the whole SA Climate Ready process, and so we engaged with the public firsthand to hear ideas and best practices and potential solutions. The CAP team was made up of about 90 community members and stakeholders that were gathered to collectively prepare for our city's future and make a plan that is tailored for our community. Just as a reminder, there was a CAP steering committee, and then there were 5 technical working groups focusing on climate equity, energy and buildings, waste and consumption, transportation, land use, and water and natural resources. All of our meetings were public, and there was a chance at the beginning to hear citizens speak. In addition to the monthly meetings with those 6 committees, the SA Climate Ready team also did a wide range of additional public outreach, including multiple surveys. We had a climate table at our customer care fairs, We had CAP-specific open houses in each of the 10 districts and numerous other community events. The new section in the appendix of the CAP that was just released last week, Thursday, has summaries of all the community input that we've gathered over those past months. And page 34 of the actual CAP document is where you can find a menu of the various mitigation strategies that can be implemented to reduce emissions in every sector, including the energy sector, the buildings, transportation, and the waste sectors. And so just as a reminder, CPS Energy's emissions show up in that 48%, the energy use in buildings section of the chart. So we'll focus on the mitigation strategies in that sector. And this slide is a simplified graphic to show just a few of the potential strategies that can be used over the long term to reduce emissions in that sector. The city used international protocols for doing a greenhouse gas inventory, and that's why instead of seeing CPS Energy's emissions as coming direct from the power plants, you see them at the end user level. And so again, there's not one mitigation strategy or one solution that's going to reduce the emissions in this sector. It's going to take an effort as a community and as a utility. The menu in the CAP document has strategies that could be potentially implemented at the utility level or the end user level. As a utility, we can increase our renewable generation, and our customers can make their offices and businesses more efficient or add solar panels. Again, there's no one straight line or one path. Many technologies and people are going to have to work together to reduce these emissions. And so during that public discussion period, it was determined that more clarification was needed actually in the plan document to talk more about the implementation process. And so one change to the mitigation strategies was the removal of some of the high-level cost ranges that were there, and more specific costs will be determined during the implementation process. And prior to the implementation of any ordinance or rule, regulation, or policy, it's going to be reviewed and approved if required by City Council, and that's only after providing sufficient opportunities for stakeholders and the general public to review the policy and provide their input. The city is going to put together a CAP Technical and Community Advisory Committee and a Climate Equity Advisory Committee. Each mitigation strategy and adaptation strategy will be studied in detail to determine the cost, the technological feasibility, the timeline, and each one will have an equity assessment. The CAP itself will be reassessed every 3 to 5 years, and the periodic review will take into account new science, local context, updated cost and benefits, and any community priorities to ensure that San Antonio has the best opportunity to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And this was a very intensive process. It started in 2017 with the end goal of having a final CAP approved by City Council in October. The first phase set up the process, and it's where a lot of the research happened. The second phase is where we did that greenhouse gas inventory. We set the baseline, and it's where the technical working groups got together and brainstormed ways to reduce emissions. The third phase was brainstorming ways to adapt and drafting the actual document that you saw in January. And now we're in phase 4, which is more community dialogue and meetings to get to that final document. And so just along the way, there were ways for the public to engage and provide their input. We're in the final stretch, and it will go in front of City Council on October 17th. And the draft is still accepting comments until September 9th. And so this is the website if anybody wants to make comments. I believe that's all my slides.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Angela, for the presentation. I don't think I need to tell anybody where I am on the CAP process, but I did want to recognize a couple folks who have joined us today. Notably, our Chief Sustainability Officer, and that's Doug Melnick, who's here, who's been the major driving force behind this process, along with Rod Sanchez, our Assistant City Manager. who oversees several departments that are most critically affected in the city. You know, I said a lot at council when this was released a few days ago officially, although it's been out for a while. You know, there are many reasons why this is critically important. There are economic cases to be made. There are reasons every day with regard to community health, public health, and the impacts of the changing climate on the constituents that depend on us. There is a national security case to be made. In fact, we know empirically that the Defense Department has been concerned about the changing climate to the point where it's put it on its top priorities list for the better part of a decade. It included Joint Base San Antonio as one of its most vulnerable assets. And, you know, frankly, this is the right thing to do for future generations. So we've dedicated ourselves to a process by which we can create a framework that allows us to reach the goal that we've committed to as a community, which is in accordance with the Paris Climate Accord, which is that carbon neutrality by 2050. The community has been engaged in this process. It's not been easy. In fact, I would say it's been a little bit turbulent at times. But all that said, I think we have a document here that people can be confident allows us to create feasible, realistic action on an ongoing basis that gets us to our goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. And all that being said, this is the easy part. We know that, again, based on our GHG output, a lot of the work will be done in rooms in this building and then obviously in the new headquarters. It will be done in the San Antonio water system. It will be done in the city of San Antonio, but it will be done in every living room in this community. So it's critically important that we have a document that people are confident in and are willing to support through implementation. And so I would ask for your consideration in supporting this as the right move forward for San Antonio. Happy to answer any questions about that. Again, I want to thank all the members of the community and the industries and, you know, the environmental stakeholders that have been involved in this draft. It will go to council on October 17th for ratification. We are taking additional public input, and part of that public input, I hope, is a voice of support from this board on the path that we're taking. So with that, I don't know if anybody has questions for me, but certainly Doug and Rod are here as well.
Any other questions or comments?
You're looking at me.
No, it's.
You know, I'm not a fan of it, I'll be honest with you. I think this is an international problem. It's kind of like spitting in the ocean and thinking it's going to make a difference at the sea level. But it's going to pass. It's a fact of life. Our owners, our citizens have related to it. If it sends a message internationally, then maybe it has merit from that perspective. But I've seen numbers that the entire United States accounts for roughly 16% of green gas. So who's the other 84%? What are we going to do about them? What control do we have over them? So it's not something. I don't see cities at this role. I don't think this will cure another pothole. I don't think it will lessen another traffic jam. I don't think it'll bring another direct flight to the international airport. I don't think it'll lower our burdensome taxes. Those are the things that city governments need to deal with, in my opinion. That's what we need to deal with. But if this sends a message to the international community that one small city in South Texas has taken an interest in this, and this might therefore cause other cities to get on the bandwagon, then maybe it's got merit from that side. So, but I'm too much of a practice to this. I've been accused many times of being too number oriented and not looking behind the numbers. So maybe that's what I'm doing here, but I see it probably as a lesser of evils. So from all things being considered, it's the fact of life. So let's go ahead and vote on it and get it done and move on.
Do we have any other questions or comments at this point? Well, no, but I've got
No,
it.
I do actually. I do. Just again, Mr. Kelly, thank you for being supportive of the initiative. But yes, I want to thank first the city of San Antonio. I know you guys have been out there working really, really hard to get feedback, as well as the team at CPS. Obviously, was interested in doing the process, so I knew that this is a priority not only for the mayor but also the community. And so, with that being said, I have a strong desire to just make sure that it's beyond aspirational. However, that we do it thoughtful, that we also take into consideration of those who don't have the means as we look to how we're going to invest, and that we're very careful in how we do things. It's a balancing act, being very socially responsible as well as financially responsible as well. So I'm glad to hear that my fellow board member is supportive of this, because I will also support it with those things in mind.
So
Can I just make some, just a couple, and I promise, Ed, I'm not gonna debate him on this, but I do wanna say this. Yes, we are a small dot in a big globe, but this is an international effort to create change for the next generation. That is worthy of support. It's not just about potholes, although we do that too. This is about making sure that our children inherit a stronger earth than the one we've got now. And that is a laudable goal for any government. I will say this, there are some important features of this document that I think make it a superior effort than others we've seen in other communities. And one of them is the fact that for the first time that I'm aware of, that the impacts, the disparate impacts that climate change has on different communities, especially vulnerable communities, is taken into account as a fundamental part. The front section of this plan is devoted to how is the climate affecting vulnerable members of our community, and how will the actions that we take impact all of us. The costs, the hardening of our infrastructure that's necessary to do, all those are taken into account in this plan. And this is very important that we articulate this. The city of San Antonio, our community owns this utility. We control our destiny. We have to have a broad community dialogue about what do we want our city to look like, whether it's streets and transportation, which we're going to do. We're doing that right now, as well as how we want to invest in our energy utility. And so yes, we're a small dot in a big map, but this is a global effort with 400 plus cities involved. And it's about action, but it's also about adaptation and making the city a stronger one than we have today. So again, thank you, and we'll continue our debate, Ed, I'm sure.
So I have, in order to move forward on this, I've got a suggested resolution. If with your permission, I'll read it. And so whereas the city of San Antonio, and what I'm going to do is read this and hope I'll get a motion on it so in a second. So, but whereas the city of San Antonio's updated Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, CAP, is an aspirational framework that has the ultimate goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2050, and whereas CPS Energy has previously launched a flexible path strategy that the management team is using to leverage its existing generating assets while it thoughtfully and rationally adopts new energy solutions over time, and whereas CPS Energy will continue to diligently monitor technological developments as they become more efficient and economical, and whereas CPS Energy will continually strive to be a strong steward of the community's energy utility assets while effectively balancing the following value pillars: security, safety, reliability, resilience, environmental impact, and affordability. And whereas CPS Energy will periodically and prudently update its flexible path and other critical strategies to ensure relevant macro and micro developments are assessed and as deemed optimal incorporated, while ensuring its credit ratings and financial strength are managed and maintained at levels that benefit its customers, community, and employees. And whereas the implications to CPS Energy of substantial changes to the cap, as well as new and significant action and adaptation provisions, must be assessed on a timely basis, and such implications shared with the Board of Trustees, the San Antonio City Council, and other stakeholders. Now therefore be it resolved that after careful consideration and in light of the foregoing, the CPS Energy Board of Trustees expresses its support for the August 2019 cap draft. And I will ask our CEO, are you comfortable with that, with this resolution?
Yes, I am.
And our COO?
Yes, I am. I'd love to make the motion, but I don't think that would be a problem.
Dr. Mackey, since we told, do you want to make a motion?
All right, so it's moved by Dr. Mackey. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion?
Let's get it done.
All right, if not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries and the resolution is adopted.
Thank you all very much.
I guess we could apply for something.
And it's 5:30. Planet tree and celebration.
Yeah, we're gonna get through by 5:30, right? Do we have anything else on the agenda?
No, we do not.
All right, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Seconded by Ed Kelly. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Meeting's adjourned.
To make you a believer.
Thank you.